Gentlemen, and welcome. It is I, Iurii, also known as Terlord, and today, just like I promised, I will continue on with my Grim Dawn leveling Purifier stream. Today we are not using Grim Internals. Sadly, we are not using Grim Internals because Grim Internals is not working due to some kind of issue or a game bug, I don't know. And simply it does not allow me to launch the game from it. So we are not going to have all those cool, nifty features that it provides a player with, but nevertheless, I think we'll manage without it. It's going to be a little bit harder, but at the same time, nothing too super hardcore when it comes to like difficulty and all that kind of stuff. So plan for today is have fun, continue leveling on, continue going through the campaign, and of course continue exploring what the capabilities of this character are. Like, can we get more damage? Can we get better weapons? Can we get like better loot and all that kind of stuff? Now the stuff that you see right here is just a leveling process, as well as me commenting on it, expressing my thoughts about the game itself, about the build, about what I see generally, and many other things. Now the idea behind this walkthrough series is basically me picking up a build from the internet that is related somehow to the character archetype that I wanted to play. So I went into the internet, I found the build, I copied the build, and now I am leveling a character according to this build. Now, leveling the skills is pretty kind of pretty self-explanatory, although I'm not following a step-by-step guide when it comes to leveling skills. I'm following step-by-step when it comes to devotions, but when it comes to skills, I just throw whatever I want into whatever I want that is somehow related to the endgame version of the build that I will be using. Now, when I'm going to be reaching certain points, yes, of course, I'm going to respec like points that I put into different skills so that it match the endgame version of the build, which by the way you can access the endgame version of the build by simply typing in chat !build. It will going to give you a link towards the Grim Tools page where you can see what sort of build am I looking for, what will be the endgame look of this build, what kind of skills will I get, what kind of items will I be getting, and so on and so forth. So copy it if you want, use it if you want, enjoy the stream, enjoy the commentary, enjoy your time spent here, and without any kind of further ado, we will just gonna jump straight into the game. If you have some questions to ask, do ask. I am not really that good when it comes to like Grim Dawn terminology and all that kind of stuff, but some things I can explain to you, or at least try, as well as I would just listen to what you have to say about the build. Maybe you've tried it, maybe you like it or not. You can share your thoughts and all that kind of stuff. To me, what matters is so that you would have fun and you would enjoy the stream itself. Everything else is just a additional kind of bonus. So let us jump into the game. So I believe, yeah, on the previous stream we haven't finished the quest. We need to slay some monster for one of the factions, so we'll do that. I wonder, will I need to get a buff again from that NPC that gave me the quest. Let's run there and see if we will need it. Now I have chosen Kaiman's Chosens. Chosen Kaiman's Chosens. How interesting it sounds. Point of the matter is, I chose them because they will gonna provide me with some fire and elemental attack items, opposed to those necromancers who do not give items that I would need. Now, it's not the first time when I played this game, so the farthest I reached was basically second difficulty, second act on hardcore difficulty. Yeah, we're not gonna get the auto pickup feature as well as the sweet HP bar highlights. So we are kind of going to be a little bit blindfolded for this stream. It doesn't really going to make it harder for us. Yeah, it will a little bit, but nothing super hard or super difficult. And I think, wonder, will I be able to? Yeah, we'll be able to. I was thinking I would need to do a circle, but in the end I didn't actually need it. A quick tip about the Ether Ground or just environmental damage. You want to avoid staying in environmental damage area, because it will kill you quite fast, and it's just quite dangerous and pointless to stand there anyway. So if you have to step into environmental hazard area, you should get away from it as fast as possible. The areas I'm talking about is, for example, like this Ether Ground. It does significant amount of percent damage, as well as it's hard to negate the damage. Like, I personally haven't found a way to do so. I was told you can reduce it by just simply utilizing some form of damage absorption thing. But I'd rather just not stand in there to begin with. So that I would not have to worry about utilizing those damage absorption items. It's not always possible. Sometimes you would have to enter such areas. On the quick note, I don't generally see a reason of why this like HP highlight stuff isn't in the game by default. Yeah, we will kind of forget about the fact that let's say, for example, we are not We are not speaking about like auto pickup stuff, because some stuff is auto. You are capable of auto picking it up, but HP highlight I would have preferred so that it would be in the game by default. Okay, and I wanna see Enemy of my enemy quest. I'm interested in Blood Grove. It's in Blood Grove. That's for DLC. Okay, no one is going to be here. Because when I was assigning with different faction, in this area you had to kill the quest NPC, basically, not the quest NPC, but your target was here, as opposed to with Kaiman's Chosen, you do not have anyone here. Generally speaking, now I was talking about the fact that this class is capable of carrying you through softcore campaign, and yeah, he is capable of doing so. And by the way, I completely forgot to drink experience potion. God damn it. I wasted so much time, so much enemy got slain, and I only now utilize the XP potion. That's bad. I wish I had like some cool blue guns or some legendary guns. It would have been nice to ramp up my combat potential abilities quite substantially just by utilizing those kinds of weapons.
I can't do that yet.
On the plus side, I did found a lot of good items. Gloves with attack speed. Oh my. I kind of forget to use the seal. That's why I take so much damage. Unwillingly. It's gonna take me a while to get to this. I want to get to this. But because I get 2 points, and out of 2 points I place 1 point into weapon pool skill. Well, not the weapon pool skill, but upgrade for my fire strike. I cannot really find a way to fast forward to that particular skill. So granted, I do not have such ability. Okay, I missed the fact that I can get to the NPC, secret NPC trader, in which you can buy those troll clubs that I've utilized to craft my relic. I bought those, a couple of those clubs for crafting, but utilizing a different character. So yeah, this is the secret location, secret vendor. Here you can buy those clubs. And some other stuff that I don't really need. Resistance-wise, my character is kinda decent, due to the fact that I balanced out those resistances. Couldn't get all of them to cap or to overcap, but what I got is already enough and already way more than decent. For being able to tank without being under constant pressure that I would have to run away if some stuff is going to happen. I still will have to sometimes, but not always. And not constantly. See, the thing is, I want more AoE, more consistent AoE, as a matter of fact. And consistent AoE will be provided to me when I will going to be utilizing... when I will be getting that awesome skill from Demolitionist. The last skill for the Fire Strike. The one that gives you shotgun effect on each hit. I went into the wrong way. I should first, like, clear the lower path. I will clear everything. Yeah, see, because I do not have that Grim Internals thing available. See, the enemies are not really... A lot of enemies will not going to be visible unless you kind of get close to them. And they will start like running at you. Like here, I can't even see, I couldn't even see those cultists. If I would have played hardcore, I would have never played it without enabled Grim Internals, because this stuff that you do not capable to see enemies, it can basically kill you just because you were not able to see that there were enemies who just insta-kill you. Because you wasn't fast enough to place like, a defensive tool or something like that. Here's another secret location where you can get another legendary.
Can't do that yet.
There's a statue here, yeah. It didn't even produce a sound. for the legendary. Neither did it actually highlighted it, so it's another couple of cool features that Grim Eternals can provide. Now, as I said, I will be checking items only when my inventory is going to get full and I will going to have to go to the city to sell stuff and free the inventory space. The reason why I do that is because it saves time, and either way, when you will be checking your items, chances are you would also want to change your, like, apply modifications to it. And you cannot do it outside of town, so...
That skill's not ready.
Oh, I leveled up, and I finished the quest. Okay, I think that's an overcap. Should I just go... Yeah, I need to do it like this, so that I would get another upgrade for my Fire Strike. I will be shooting a lot of projectiles, but that's the stuff that we want. We want as much weapon pool skills and as much procs as we can possibly get. We should always be shooting with something like strong.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Actually, how many? We need to put only 4 points here, by the way. So 25. That's like a lot. It's like 12 or so levels if we are only putting points into Mastery Bar to get there. Which is not the ideal case. Unbelievable. Once again, the power of this seal is amazing. It's not even fully maxed out, yet I still am able to just stand there under 4 elites and just don't move. Just shoot them, and that's it.
I can't do that yet.
It's not the best strategy, but it's the kind of strategy that I am capable of doing. Since I'm not being under pressure that they might kill me. And even if they are, it's not the dead end like on hardcore. Now I will try to avoid dying in those unnecessary situations. It's not gonna happen like constantly, but I'll try my best to do so. It's better like this than to just get rid of the problems without really spending much time on to figuring out how you could have avoided that problem to begin with. For those of you who wonder, yeah, I did remove the red bar that I had, I believe from the previous couple of streams. It was on top here. So that it will not block you from seeing like HP of the enemies and stuff. It was kind of my bad. Luckily, I remember the fact that I need to remove it. I think we need to go there. Yeah, because that location, I mean, this path leads us to where we need to go for the main quest. That path leads us to somewhere, basically, to the side quest.
That skill's not ready.
Generally speaking, it's the leveling process is being kind of fun and kinda easy, and it's fast. Like, I clear enemies in a fast fashion.
That skill's not ready.
Due to the fact, like, how much damage output I have. Though the biggest problem that I am facing is tankiness in some situations. In some situations I can just stand there and they will not gonna kill me at all. It's not constant because I'm not the tank class. And I cannot allow myself to just stay there and eat like all of the damage that comes from the enemies. Yeah, I literally cannot see any enemy here. Like, unless they will be glowing with something, I will not gonna be able to see them, so forgive me for that, but I simply am just stating the obvious facts. The enemies are pretty much... yeah, if they will not gonna be glowing, I won't see anything. How nice. Dear developers, if by any chance you will be watching this, please add the constant HP highlight for enemies, like there is in Grim Internals. Because it's a simple but such a mandatory quality of life change.
That skill's not ready.
This location will fight a quest NPC.
Can't do that.
Now on the first difficulty you're not going to get, for quest you're not going to get any sort of valuable items, so Just keep it in mind. The first difficulty, there's pretty much nothing that NPCs can provide you with that's going to be any kind of use. And I believe a lot that stuff, like even on the second difficulty, it's still going to remain the same. Wow. I remember how actually tough the Kaiman's Chosen NPC here was and how easy this one is. Okay, I did clear this quest, so I will gonna go to that main portal. To give back those quests. Homestead and Kaiman's Chosen. Yes.
That skill's not ready.
Now, when speaking about particular items, like guns or any kind of equipment, I didn't went for like farming them specifically. First of all, didn't have the reason to. Second, didn't actually had the reason to do it. It's just that simple. There is no particular reason for you to bother with that kind of stuff up until you reach like second portion of the second difficulty. For the most part, what you will going to be collecting throughout the process of your leveling is what you will be using, unless you have like specific items that you farmed with other classes. Which I didn't, so I'm using whatever I have. Some shields, some weapons that I don't necessarily need, some rings. Wow, I see some really good items and some really trash ones. Vitality damage, which I don't even need. Fire, Ether, Chaos. Fire, Lightning. Offensive. This one has resistances, but nope, I do not want it. Lightning Electrocute, Physical Internal, Ether Chaos, Fire Ether, Elemental. elemental and pierce resistance. I will lose 2 to explosive strike, but I will get... I will grab this. So I did get something good. Nice. Getting something good is always good.
Iron well spent.
Okay, so I would have to go to Devil's Crossing.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Then let's go to Devil's Crossing and let's change the helmet. It will get me some good resistances. Yeah, 80% resist to pierce is good enough, because there will be a lot of enemies that are going to shoot, and I want to be protected from that. Okay, this NPC is probably here. No. Here, yeah. Slain necromancers guarding the ashes. I wonder where is it. The reason why I wonder is because it's the first time when I am with this signing with Kaiman's Chosen. My brother is more familiar with them than with the other faction, and I am more familiar with the other faction, but not with this. Sacred Ashes. Fort Icon, so it's far from here.
See anything you like?
What do you have for me? Burn offensive. Fire lightning. Fire lightning and elemental resistances. Things and amulets. Mental damage. Fire damage. Okay, mine are good enough. What about these? Physical fire, internal. Nope. Fire, lightning. Burn. This one looks good. This one looks really good. As a matter of fact... Yeah, I will lose resistances. No, I will not. Ether Elemental. Can I buy 2 of those? I guess they do not like work 2. 2 of them will not gonna work together.
Put it to good use.
Okay, I guess I will grab myself like 2 of those.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, we'll grab 2 of
Iron well
those.
spent.
So let's go and place the components on them. So from here we go into the first act. We wanna go to Arkovia and buy their components that we need.
I can't do that yet.
Give you a good price on what I've got left.
Those 2,
Iron
yep.
well spent.
And I'll place them there. Now to TP back to Devil's Crossing and to change the rings.
Need something broken down?
Nice.
Goodbye for now.
Nice, nice. Let's continue on. Continue on with clearing this whole stuff. Now I'm not distributing those stat points, I'm leaving them for when I will find like an item that I would need to equip. So that maybe I would need some extra stat points, though I might just throw them into just physique. I guess no reason to go for cunning, because I already have enough of it. Yeah, I have good enough damage. I look at the most like beefy targets with how fast I get rid of them, and it just does seem like the offensive power of this character archetype is good enough. So if you're worrying about that particular aspect of this character, I guess you should not worry about it. Because he is good enough. There aren't too many enemies in this particular place, this location. There will be more once we will get like inside dungeon. Then there will be like more enemies, but for now it's going to be like this. Not too many enemies to fight against. Not much to be afraid of. Once we'll get to shotgun from Demolitionist, that's going to be the time when I will going to show you just how much firepower this character has. Because for now it's like a child's play. It seems like I'm shooting with a pea shooter. But once we'll get to that skill, oh boy, things are going to be so much more fun. So much more interesting.
That skill's not ready.
I skip lore notes because most of them, pretty much all of them, I have read before, so I know what is written there. So I don't really have to pay that much attention to them. He finally will get this thing and start working on Lantern. Though we can't, because we need a point in the let me show you what we need. Basically we need another point to unlock it. So I wonder, can we get rid of this so that we can go for this? I think we can. Yeah, I think we can. Usually you get, in the end you get rid of all of the points that you've put in those. So those will going to be empty. And there is no reason to freak out. Those are just fodders, as I like to call the kind of stuff that you then discard, basically. Wow. My line of sight was just completely blocked by that staircase. The simplicity of this character is yet another thing what attracted me. He isn't something super complex that requires some kind of inhuman execution or anything like that. So that's why I refer to him as easy to pick, easy to play, and like hard to master, though that don't count me on that.
That skill's not ready.
I will visit secret locations, by the way. Once we will going to clear this, and I believe another location also, I will going to return and clear all the secret paths locations that are currently available.
That skill's not ready.
They will give me extra devotion points.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Where am I even shooting? Sometimes I'm shooting to nowhere, even though like I'm not holding shift all the time, so it's just pretty much me shooting at something that's out there, but I cannot even see it.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, but those cultists are pretty much a joke. First of all, I have decent enough of resistances towards the damage types they will be dealing. So they are having it rough to penetrate my defense even without me standing in the seal.
That skill's not ready.
Unfortunately, I don't even see lots of elites, you know. Was there any elite here?
Can't do that yet.
Because I definitely did not see any.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Huh? Why can... Oh, wait. Wait, there is a passage there. That's interesting game bug. Yeah. I found the secret only to not be able to enter it. Amazing. There aren't too many game bugs in this game, but there are some. Well, it's not like there was a legendary or anything in there. Still sucks though. Can't really get there. Nice. Level up.
Can't do that yet.
So... I guess... like this. Why not? Stick to the formula of 1-1 distribution. One in the skill, one in the mastery
That
bar.
skill's not ready.
I anyway will not gonna be able to rush towards the skill that I want. There's just no way I can do that.
That skill's not ready.
Red totem, right? So there will be a couple of more leads than... Okay, there will be one elite. Ah, only one. Okay. I was preparing like a couple of seals because I thought that there will be more than one. In the end, there was only one.
I can't do that yet.
Well, that's better than none. Let's put it this way. I usually do not rotate camera with like the middle mouse button. I know you can zoom in, zoom out, and you can rotate the camera itself, but I just prefer it to be sort of stationary. It's my own personal preference, since I've played a lot of Diablo 2 where your camera was kinda stationary, so yeah.
Can't do that yet.
I'm more accustomed to not circle around, not wiggle around the camera angles.
I can't do that yet.
I aggroed a ton of enemies, but doesn't really matter as much as you saw, like, those elites just vaporized in an instant. So there is no problem in that. In the fact that I aggroed like everyone.
That skill's not ready.
There will be a boss with multi-phasing and stuff. Once again, if you are interested in knowing about more about bosses' dangerous attacks, how you should avoid them, how you should approach different boss fights. My brother had made a cool, interesting video. It's not big, so do not worry about it. It's simply going to tell you more about how certain bosses attacks, what do they do, and how you can like be more prepared for them. I want better guns. My guns are for level 40 and I'm already 57. I refuse to believe that there are no
That skill's not ready.
better guns. For this kind of level. But I also am refusing to like, farm a lot for the purpose of getting guns that I will then going to change pretty shortly, because leveling process is not something it's not something that will take you like a lot of time. Yeah, so now we reached to the snowy area. That's going to be... soon we're going to reach the place where we basically are going to backtrack for those secret passages. Devotion points are important, so getting them out of those secret areas is good enough. Good enough of a time investment.
Can't do that yet.
As you can see, the damage is just out of control. I'm pretty sure that Albert Ray Mage can do better. But that thing I'm going to be testing once I will going to create that particular character and level him up. For now, I'm more interested in the dual wield fire elemental purifier. Than in any other archetype. You may be wondering, like, fire, you get why fire, right? Because fire strike, because a lot of like fire attacks. But you might be wondering why elemental damage. Well, first of all, elemental damage is going to ramp up your fire damage as well, but we are not shooting only with fire attacks, remember? We shoot also with some ice attacks as well as with some lightning attacks. And it is going to be hard for you to, like,
Skill's not ready.
grab particular elemental attacks, so let's say, for example, but what if I'm going to, like, search for stuff that gives fire, ice, like, as a separate things, and it doesn't... You won't gonna be able to do that successfully. Chances are you will not going to find items that will going to satisfy those particular needs. But with elemental, you can kind of get those things all together in just like one thing. I want to open path to the Queen Rashalga, and then I will going to go and start doing those secret paths location. Queen Rashalga is the big spider that you should be extra careful when fighting against. Probably should be getting close to those enemies so that my aura will going to start damage them and reducing their resistances.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Pierce bleeding, nope. Elemental, ether, nope. Can't really find good guns. That's a little bit sad. But I cannot really find a proper guns to utilize with this build. All the guns that I find are way too below average. Lightning electrocute, nope. 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 Nothing. Okay. Not good. Got absolutely nothing for me. It's not the end of the world.
Put it to good use.
A lot of times this stuff is going to happen, so do not worry about it too much. This one is for the next level, so I'll keep an eye on this. Just as the NPC said. Okay. There is a portal there, there is a shrine there. So we have something to do there. Oh, Ignafar. I do not want to use Ignafar, though. Fire, lightning, it's way better than mine. Holy... It's way better than mine. Despite the fact that it doesn't have elemental damage, it's just insanely good to not utilize.
Not ready.
So you see, we still get some items here and there. It's just those items are not the guns. My guns are decent, like when you look at the fact that what they give with attack speed, with elemental attack, with fire attack, all in like one sitting. It's just that they are not the best. And that's it. Yeah, once you start unleashing your attacks, even before enemy like react to you, chances are you're going to melt a ton of them, minimizing the incoming damage that you're going to receive when they will start attacking you. And that's ideally what I like about playing range character in this game, as opposed to melee weapon pool skills, Nightblade or Shaman. Because those two, they will going to have it rough until a certain point in the game. XP potion almost gone. No problem, we have 90 more. Good to have access to those. Reputation, like scrolls, as well as those like experience potions.
Can't do that.
In conjunction, this whole stuff just speeds the process of leveling, as well as allowing you to get access to better loot and much better skills way faster than you would normally do. Now, does this mean that they are mandatory up to the point where you basically cannot play without them? Nope, it doesn't. As a matter of fact, I leveled a lot of characters without like those potions and all that kind of stuff. So it's not that... It's not like without it you are pretty much screwed. Nope. They are a good addition, but they are not a must, if you get the idea.
I can't do that yet.
You can go with and without them. It's just that with them it's going to be much faster.
That's still not right.
Okay, it's a McDragon altar. We still cannot rebuild it. Because the item, another item that we would need in order to do so is a bit further into the game. Yeah, as you can see, start firing in them as soon as you see them. And if there are groups of enemies, this will going to help the situation like substantially.
Do that yet.
I'm gonna open portal first. Yeah, here is the portal, and let's go and grab the shrine as well. I want extra devotion point. Yeah. So we will go to the portal. Get rid of the items and equip those pens that are so good, even though they are not the best. It's still way better than what we have. And actually, no, let's still sell stuff.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Nope. Fire Eater, no. Fire Burn. Chaos to Fire, Chaos Resistances, Ether Resistances. And nope. The reason why no, despite the fact that it has elemental damage, is pretty self-explanatory. I will lose a lot of resistances. Okay, we will go and start like clearing the hidden passages. Hidden passages as well as some of those like secret areas. So one of the secret areas that we are going to go towards is of course going to be this way. So we go here, then we go to the right. And we take this path. You do need dynamite here.
That skill's not ready.
And to be prepared, enemies, some enemies here are quite dangerous. They will just going to mush you into all that poison. So try to run around as you kill them.
I can't do that yet.
It's not going to be a long area. you'll have to fight a mini-boss here. That's kind of a thing that I like also about Grim Dawn, is that it has a lot of those like areas to explore, side areas, where you don't kind of have to go, but you can go here. Okay, we kill the eyes first, because they are shooting at you. Isn't mandatory to kill them, but it's still good. And basically this starts like the whole quest with the secrets, finding those secret areas. So one was here. Another one is also in the first act. In case if you are like missed and you like not missed, but in case if you are lost and you do not know where to go, Wiki will going to provide you with sufficient information. Grim Dawn wiki page, or just Google hidden path quest. First I want to go into the flooded path. Here. It's not the part of the hidden path quest line, but it's still a secret place where you can go and explore. Here there will be lots of skeletons. Once again, the location is not big. But it's still worthy to explore.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
That's the boss of this location. Not a threatening individual. Well, considering the fact that we've came here a little bit over leveled, I'd say. And who knows, like, while exploring you might find like a legendary or some good items. Because remember the thing that like world drop is still a thing. For those of you who do not know, Basically, some items do not have a way for you to get them outside of them dropping anyway, like anywhere in the world of the game, which means that an item can literally be find it anywhere and dropped from anyone. So there is no like place for you to specifically farm that item. Okay, the next destination is here. And that location is going to be actually a little bit long.
Can't do that yet.
You'll visit this location actually a couple of times. And would you look at this? Now they're starting to drop this item when I don't need it anymore.
That skill's not ready.
Especially not when I unlock the merchant from whom I can buy those clubs. As many as I want. I do hope that for the next stream the Grim Internals is going to work. Hopefully. Because it gets a little bit on my nerve of not being able to see enemies. And in return, that means that I cannot really fast react to their appearance on the screen. Which means no surprise attacks from me on the enemies. There were 2 elites, and they were dying like regular monsters. Alrighty. We have cleared almost half of it. So it's not that bad. Not that bad. And thus, the Swamp King falls. His life was short.
That skill's not ready.
I guess that the most definitive obstacle for this character is going to be survivability. Because he is a kind of a weird auto-attacking, range auto-attacking character that has to stand in his Inquisitor seal to get more damage, to get more survivability, as well as he is going to do more damage to enemies who come up close because of how his Inquisitor aura is working. Definitely unexpected, considering that I actually was not expecting something like this from a character archetype that is a shooter. Because usually, as cliche as it is, when someone gets close to the person who shoots, he starts to lose his usefulness and starts to get more vulnerable. In this game, I see that the game thinks different. I'm definitely, like, as much as I'm surprised that it's going to be like this, I'm not, like, really discouraged because of it. Because I still am willing to play this character archetype up until the late game. And from there, I will going to, like, judge my point of view. I will going to judge this character from different points of view. And one of which is going to be interesting for a lot of beginner players, is judging him from the perspective of leveling. And I've explained this, like, different times, that not too many people are interested in the late game. There are many players who are still trying to beat the campaign on whatever difficulty they decided to play, be it hardcore or softcore. And they are not really into this whole, like, what's with the late game. As well as there are players who are more into late game, but they are not interested as much in the early game and leveling process. As far as the respect, as far as both sides are going to be respectful towards each other, it's going to be okay. Because typically I will not going to actually like tolerate this kind of attitude that you can basically pick whatever and beat the whole game with whatever you picked. This kind of approach is wrong, and it will not going to help or provide newbies with important information. As well as there is no reason to shove a newbie player the information that's... The campaign is just like for dummies, each and every one can do it. It's the late game where things starts to heat up, but then when you start to get into the late game and then you start to share your progress, you meet with endgame elitist group who are saying, well, so what if you did this? I can do this and this time, so yada yada yada. I can do this, and if your character is not capable of doing this, then your character is pointless, and so on and so forth. Like, it's the problem that I guess every game has, that every community has. And you just have to, like, deal with it. As lame as it sounds. I personally think that respect is something that should be definitely tolerated. But we went a bit off topic. We almost finished the location. We were going to find the mini-boss here, as well as get a devotion point. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I would have to get back in this location like one more time after I will defeat Queen Rachelga. Okay, get 2 devotion points. There's no reason for me to... Did I got everything? Get the Fang. There is a place. I believe I know where to go. First of all, I will go to Devil's Crossing. I will get rid of 1 point from this offensive ability.
I sense turmoil within
If I can do that. Yeah, I can. So now we can work on Pantern. Yes. So we need like 2 more. And then we will work on the other stuff.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Right, time to sell the needed stuff and continue on. If you will consider to play with pistol and a shield build, you can absolutely do that. Pistol and a shield build works, and shield is actually quite busted in Grim Dawn, so if you would think to use it, you can definitely use it. As well as I'm going to be using this one. Lightning Elemental Electrocute. Skill cooldown reduction. Elemental resistances, chaos resistances. Nope. It's not a bad item, it's just not for me. Shields give insane amount of stats if you look at it correctly. As well as like giving you a ton of resistances. So don't view a shield as if you are utilizing a shield then you are a tank. Not really. Fire burn, physique, vitality resistance, bleeding resistance, as well as fire retaliation. You know, looks good. Looks definitely good. I'll lose my ether resistance a bit and chaos resistance. But I guess I can give it a shot. Judging by how high of an armor rate it has like 3 times more than what I have.
See you around.
So I need how much physique? Almost 600. And good enough, so I change my for this, like chest and shoulder pads. Okay, get rid of the chest. And shoulder pads. Yeah, so this and this dropped a little bit, but this has gone up. This dropped.
Be safe out there.
Cannot really have like everything. And as much as I would like to have everything, it's just impossible. Okay, this goes here for a bit. Okay. So I am good to go, but I should also look at this. This is great. But I need to go and buy the augment. God, whoa. The resistances to my elemental stuff is way above and beyond. Which means I actually want something to give me to poison and acid resistances, because I will going to be losing 20%, which will leave me at 44. Can't really allow myself to do that, so let's do it like this. I will lose a little bit damage, but then again, I just have to do it. I just have to maintain resistances at a reasonable threshold. I'm gonna craft some more dynamite, as well as give the quest.
Why do you have to bless? I've already informed.
You're here. Good. With the cult.
I do the best I can with what I've got.
I need dynamite. And this one is bad.
Give you a good price on what I've got left.
Immediately going to sell.
See you around. Put it to good use.
Okay, and now what? Do we need to... Nope. We can continue with the hidden passages. The next is going to be here. So now that this is 4, we can just go for mastery points up until we reach Brimstone.
That skill's not ready.
I think I went the wrong way. Yeah, we need to go this way.
I can't do that yet.
And I missed it. Here it is. So that's the second hidden path. The last one will be the Queen Rashalga. Now, this boss is threatening. Especially this attack. This attack can kill me, just because it does a lot of damage. Okay, now that we are done here, it's about time for us to go for here, I believe. Need to find... It's the last one. I was struggling a little bit. I wonder, will I be able to find it on my own so that I will not have to look it up? definitely somewhere around here. I will try to find it on my own. If not, I will going to look it up.
That skill's not ready.
The first two is easy to find. The last one can be a little bit tricky. A little bit, but not too complex. I have to find it. Okay, so that we will not waste time, I want to check it out. Okay, and on hidden path. I need the third one. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Now I see. Now I see. Now I see. The first two are kind of obvious. The last one is right here. There it is. And then the fourth one is going to be, again, at the swamp.
I can't do that yet.
So the Spider Queen is an optional boss, so if you want, you can fight her. If you don't, you don't. On first and second difficulty, she doesn't give you anything of value, so she's kind of pointless to kill. But we'll kill her anyway. Great. This part of the hidden quest stuff is complete. Collect the loot, open the secret passage to the secret boss.
I can't do that yet.
There it is. Now, do be aware of this boss. You might have to kite him. In lots of cases, you would have to kite this boss around or get one-shotted. Okay, now she's going to do some. When she shouts 3 times, this is the time for you to run like the wind. Basically, when a red aura around her appears like that, she starts healing from the damage dealt to you. And actually, for me, it's time to run even when she's not under that stuff. God damn it. See what I was talking about, that Inquisitor Seal is not the solution to all of the problems? Well, anyway, I'm playing a ranged character, guys. I'm playing a ranged character who's supposed to... You're supposed to shoot from a distance. You're not supposed to stand there like a dummy and just keep shooting while standing in one place. Well, she healed. See those red spikes that are flying from her when she has that red aura? You can die from those spikes like super easy. And if you are playing something like Necromancer, do be warned though that those spikes are flying through your pets. So don't think that you can hide behind the pets and get, like, basically be invincible. Because no, you cannot do that. And so she's dead and she drops absolute poop items. On the first and second difficulty, you will not going to get anything of value out of her. She's just... view it like this. You kill her just cause. Like, you're not going to get anything of value out of her. So I warned you. So... First and second difficulty, this boss is only there for it to be there. The last hidden path is going to be, once again, kind of lengthy one. But at the same time, it's going to be the last one. And once again, you will fight a boss, you will going to...
That skill's not ready.
clear some monsters along the way. Interesting enough, this bridge is broken and I don't think that you can cross it. I guess it's a basically like some kind of a DLC bait, that there will be something there when the developers are going to man up and produce another DLC content stuff.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, now that I have less poison resistance that I had, I have to pay attention to those bugs that will going to shoot acid.
Do that yet.
I should have enough inventory space for the whole dungeon. Well, if anything, I will be able to go back. It's not like the game restricts you from doing so.
That skill's not ready.
That was the entrance to the dungeon itself, so we're about to go in there and finish with the hidden path quest.
Can't do that yet. feels not ready.
All right. Simple, simple.
I can't do that yet.
Wow, I've placed that in the wrong spot. Definitely not where I wanted it to be. Great, enemies from the second DLC. Hello to you too. I'm doing great. I'm now like the last stretch of completing Hidden Passage DLC. And yeah, you were referring to the temperature outside. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculously hot in Moldova. It's really hot, and it's like it's only the beginning of summer. Usually it's in August or like late July when it starts to get like this kind of hot, but this year is like full of some weird surprises and weird stuff happening. It's a great weather to be going to sea or some kind of stuff. But it's definitely not a great weather if you just have to go to work or something like that. Maybe if someone had like conditioner or something like that. But do beware of conditioning, like conditioners and then all that kind of stuff that makes air colder, so that you would not get sick. Air conditioners, I mean. By the way, yesterday was the PS5 presentation, full of games. Now, I personally have not seen it. Well, I saw only a couple like games, trailers for games, as well as design of the PS5. To me, it looks interesting. What about you guys? How was it for you? Have you watched it? Do you plan on watching it? Do you plan on buying it? I would personally say that, like, the games look great. The design of the console itself is a little bit questionable. Like, not the greatest one. And I definitely want to see if there will be, like, a slim version of the console. How will it look? Because I'm more of a fan of a slim version of consoles. They don't take that much space. And they look cool. Okay, so yeah, put here this and this, and we'll finish with that devotion. Dumpy-dumpy-dum. I'm stuck. Okay. Being stuck for no reason. First I couldn't pass the secret passage that I've opened, then I'm getting stuck into terrains and stuff. Weird. I don't think I will get a level before I reach the boss, or maybe I will. It depends. It's not that I really need. No, I will not. There are no enemies here. Oh well, whatever. So this boss, the Sentinel. I am kinda supposed to take him away from those crystals. Ow, ow. Yeah, my seal isn't level like high enough for me to just stand there and face tank him. If I would have put like more points into it, then yeah, I would just face roll him. But I wanted to show you that you can do it without it. It's not mandatory. Alright. The hidden path quest line is now completed. It's definitely worth it considering the fact that you get like a lot of skill points, you also get to learn the lore better and all that kind of stuff. So it ain't useless. Most definitely. Now go to the Devil's Crossing. Level up some stuff. Man, 23. If I put 3 in the mastery now, I will be sitting like 10 more levels of just leveling up mastery. Yikes. Yikes. There is no reason to put anything here or anything here, because I am kind of at the point where I don't need to put anything there. I can put one into flashbang, though it will not gonna give me anything. Really, it won't. Maybe something here to level up something here. Maybe this, or this. I will start doing like one in a seal and one in the Mastery of Demolitionist, so that I would not sit without damage and stuff. And I will check whether or not I can craft anything. Preferably a gun. Two pistols will going to like ramp up the damage that I'm currently doing by a whole lot. Fire burn, no, it's bad. No resistance, is it bad? Fire burn, chaos, elemental. No, it's bad. Look at how overcap on elemental resistance I am. Just ridiculous. There's like one item. Yeah, it's this one. Gives me 90% fire resistance. Holy. Okay. Can we craft anything? What's the next level threshold for relic? Level 60. And what sort of level 60 relic do I... Fire, acid, burn, poison, attack speed, casting speed. Requires a shield, yeah. Physical elemental. Melee dual wield technique. God damn it. Iota storm, attack speed. Lightning, nope. That's for level 70 already. That's 60. Acid poison, no. Vitality, no. Ear's cold. Fire cold. Total speed. Elemental damage. All damage. Fire damage. I guess this is the thing. Unleashes a calculated volley. Reckoning. Fire, lightning, burn, damage. fire skill and +1 to demolitionist. So there's two options. One is this Plunder Talisman, or Olzane Pyroclasm. This one gives casting speed, which I don't need. I do not need. But this one I would have needed. All damage, fire damage, elemental damage, and total speed. Marauder Talisman, Gil, Oleron's Blood. Slaughter. It's an upgraded version of mine that I'm currently wearing. Basically the same, but like twice as much damage output. So I guess we can go and craft this stuff, because we'll be using it for like 10 levels. Gunslinger. Yeah, we will sit and wait for craft stuff. Resilient plating. Silver core and blessed steel. God damn, I still need the imbued silver. Okay. No, I have crafted silver core. I forgot what it was then. Marauder, Talisman, Blast Steel. Okay. Then I need this stuff. Mistborn Talisman. Well, why 70? I need 60. This one. Wheel. Okay, then wheel. And slaughter. Ruination, Inferno. The last whetstone. It takes some time to craft those kind of things, but it's worth it. Ether bolts and Oleron's blood. Hold up a second. Oh, wait. Ether steel. I was writing it wrong. Oh my. And voila. Relic for level 60. Took me a while to do this, but it's still worth it. It's still super worth it to have this. Okay, and since we are at that point of time, let me utilize this moment to say hello and welcome to everyone who is watching me from the beginning or any other point of time of this stream. My name is Iurii, also known as Terlord, and I would like to say welcome to everyone. Whatever your intentions are, whether you just browse through like various different streamers to find something that you are interested in, or if you are specifically watching this particular stream. Nonetheless, welcome. Your attention is always appreciated, and everyone is welcomed here. Now, what is this series about? First of all, the series wasn't like a spontaneous decision. Like, I planned to play Grim Dawn. Like, my brother played it a lot, and he has done like a lot of beginner-friendly videos that are going to be helpful if you just picked up the game and you want to give it a shot. From my point of view, I wanted to beat this game from start to finish on all the difficulties, diving into the end game as well, with pretty much anything dual wielding pistols related. So for that particular purpose, I just went into the Google, into the internet, and I searched for Grim Dawn dual wield build. I got a lot of recommendations by the almighty Google, but I decided to stop on that particular build, which is Fire, Elemental, Dual Wield Purifier. Author of the guide said that this build is capable of clearing Shattered Realm 85. He is capable of... the build is capable of clearing Gladiator Crucible from 0 to 170. 170 is the last wave, for those of you who don't know. This build is capable of killing some local Uber bosses, McDragon, and all that kind of stuff. And this build is just quite fun to play, and it's quite an easy and chill build where you do not have to do a lot of things. Now, I'm immediately going to say that if you are not like super experienced when it comes to how the game works, you should not pick this build for hardcore. Simply because there are many occasions where you will just simply die throughout the leveling process and all that kind of stuff, and especially if you are starting this character from fresh start. Hardcore isn't really that forgivable for mistakes, and due to the nature of this game having tricky situations where you might think that you are safe, and then in the next instance you're going to be pretty much dead. Because of that, you're going to suffer a lot. If you will decide to pick something like dual wield pistol build or dual wield weapon pool skills, Nightblade hardcore is definitely going to kick your butt and you'll be frustrated. So in case if you are planning to play this build, I would recommend softcore. Softcore is more forgivable, you have more options to screw up yourself and still not be forced to replay from way back to the beginning. So softcore is the kind of place for those kind of builds. Is this build fun? Yes, to me personally it is, because I got a little bit tired of cliche sword and board, two-handed weapon, spin build, junk build, zeal build. This was all that stuff I played in various action RPGs, and I am kind of tired of it. I wanted to play. I said to myself, if I'm gonna play this game, I'm going to be playing either dual pistols or I will go with a mage, with arbitrary mage. Everything else, I'm not interested in, because it's kind of not my thing that I would wanted to, because kind of cliche. Like, I wanted something that is not cliche. And I also wanted a range playstyle, which unfortunately, judging by what I saw and how this particular build is going to be played, is you're not going to be kiting a lot. So you will be mostly standing in a seal and just pulverizing everything, much like you would do something like that when you would have played Emily class. So for me, that the person who played also some Diablo as well as Path of Exile, and I played range characters there, not this is a drawback a little bit for me, because I'm not really viewing a range character to be does more damage up close. But is he carrying with himself a double-barrel shotgun or a shotgun so that he would do more damage up close? And isn't the fact that the range character, should you get close to him, be vulnerable? But I guess here the method of range character and range character archetype is different. You stand in a seal and you pulverize your enemies. So that's the thing that those are my kind of initial impressions. Like, I'm still not level 100, I'm still not into the late game dungeons, but out of videos that I saw, even in late game, you will be just standing there and shooting. Like, nothing is going to change, pretty much. So yeah, in case you are wondering what kind of build I'm using, !build command in chat will going to bring you towards the build itself, so that you would be able to analyze it as well as copy it and try it for yourself if you haven't tried, or if you did, just to see what kind of build I'm looking for. And for the most part, it's going to be about that when it comes to like build and stuff. Now, once again, I'm going to mention, if you are a newbie player and you want to learn more information, let's say about the Grim Dawn in general, and about Crucible, or about monster totems, or about bosses' dangerous attacks and how you should approach them, all of that information can be easily found in the edited videos that my brother had made for this particular reason, to show some information that wasn't necessarily being addressed properly by other people, but this information is nevertheless something that you as a newbie would like to know in order to have a more and better understanding of the game that you are playing. Our channel, Twitch channel, as well as our YouTube channels are mostly dedicated towards like beginner-friendly content, so do expect that there will be lots of videos of that manner, videos that will help newbies in their way of mastering and learning more about the game that they are playing. Maybe you are interested in how Death Knight is being leveled on hardcore, or maybe you are interested in how Pierce Infiltrator, how he levels up. All that thing you can find in our YouTube channel. Link to that website is provided in the Twitch tab sections. Now, when it comes to how you can support this channel, if you are willing to do so, nobody forces you, so chill. It's okay. I'm just providing you with information. If you want to support this channel, right? You want to know how? There are ways for you to do so. Like, there are multiple ways. First and most obvious, spread the word. Like, if you know someone who is also interested in this game, and you are being interested in this channel, and you want to tell somebody about this channel, and so on and so forth, do so. Like, if you have a possibility to do so, you can do so. Like, more people, more fun, more people going to learn about this channel, more people will going to discover us, and thus the growth will going to happen with your particular help. Next way is with donations. Of course, there are bits, there are subscriptions, there are Twitch Prime subscriptions, as well as there is a Patreon page. All of those options will going to help us to create and improve quality of streams, quality of sound, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, you will going to receive much better content in the future. Your name is going to be mentioned in edited videos. If you will decide to go with like Patreon donations, you will also going to be provided with content ahead of schedule, meaning that you will going to be the first one who will going to receive the newly edited video or whatever video that is about to happen. You'll be the one to receive it first. You'll also going to receive collectibles, loot for your various different games that you might be playing if you go with Twitch Prime subscription. Or if you go with just a regular subscription, emotes and icons are going to be given to you so that you would have more fun and more options to choose from. Do not forget that there also are stickers. You can utilize bits to use stickers. They will going to be appearing on the screen, and so on and so forth. So that was pretty much it for the intermission, for what I have to say. So let us continue on with the leveling, because we have lots of stuff to do and not that much time left, so let us continue. Chugging in another XP potion, because why not? Because we can. And let's continue. Now the thing is, even if I respec my skills, I don't think that I will be able to get that shotgun effectability. Unfortunately, I do not think that I can do it right now. The only way for me to get it would be like on level 71. If I would go with like utilize points mostly for mastery bar. Now, what kind of level will it be? Like, I mean, it might finish the first difficulty of this game faster than I can actually get that ability. That's kind of a minus. But then again, it just comes to the fact that way too much stuff has to be leveled up. Because I had to rush to the Inquisitor's ultimate ability. I'm not gonna say that shotgun stuff is like a must. Without it I can't like level or progress. No, you can see that I can. It's just that I'm some kind of a perfectionist when it comes to that. I want to see more damage, more outputs. And for me to see that, I have to like level up more and more. Oh, and I believe I missed one dungeon. Yeah, I did. My bad. Yeah, with all those hidden passages, I completely forgot that there is one place I haven't been to. So we're gonna backtrack a little bit. And just to clear that place as well. It's the place where those ghouls are. The crypt.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
Well, then you made a good choice. This game is great. It's definitely a game that, well, not that many people are speaking about it, because there are games like Path of Exile, like Diablo, but it's definitely a game that can provide you with lots of content, as well as actually a great story. The game was done by a small studio, and well, yeah, a lot of people are just constantly talking about like Path of Exile and Diablo, the obvious counterparts of this game, like not counterparts, but rivalry, but the game itself is definitely worth checking out, worth playing. Like in many other action RPGs, you have a variety of builds, variety of classes, and definitely lots of stuff to experiment with. The grind is also not that like super hardcore. You can get loot pretty easily. Not all of it, but some of it. And when it comes to, let's see. What mods am I using? Typically, I would have used Grim Internals. Today, and I usually use Grim Internals for obvious reasons, because it helps me to see health bar of the enemies, not when I only attack them, but generally, like, I look at the screen and I see enemies, and the HP bar is highlighted above them. When you play without that mod, it will not going to be highlighted. Only when you will attack the enemy will the enemy's HP bar going to be popping up above their model. Additionally, it can give you like auto pickup system, meaning that you would not need to stop and click on the items that you want to pick up. As well as a great feature that it gives is you being able to see what damage are you being hit with, because there is lots of types of damage. Like here, for example, you have different resistances. Those are your elemental resistances: fire, cold, lightning, poison and acid, pierce, bleeding, vitality, ether, stun resist, and chaos. And for you to better understand with what damage you being more hit with, and then knowing that and looking at the resistances to better understand what you need to overcap, there is a soft cap, which is 80 or 85%, and you can go overcap. Like here I have a lot of overcaps for fire, for cold, and for lightning. And knowing that and knowing with what you being hit with, and not just guessing, well, I'm being hit by something, but what is it? And that Grim Internals mod is going to help you with that particular aspect. And when it comes to good Ranger Fighter build for a noob to this game, that depends on what, how do you want to play it. Do you want to play with... there are different versions of Ranger archetype here. You can go with two-handed rifle. You can go with 2 pistols. With 2 pistols you can go with a Purifier, like I am doing. That's going to be a combination of Demolitionist and Inquisitor. Or you can go with something like Tactician, which is a Soldier and Inquisitor. Those, not the Soldier and Inquisitor, I believe it's either Soldier and Inquisitor or Soldier and Demolitionist. No, Soldier and Inquisitor, yeah. So you can go with Tactician or with Purifier. They are pretty beginner-friendly, and I'm guessing that you will be going for softcore, right? Because for hardcore, unfortunately, it's dangerous, especially at the beginning, to play with range characters. So let's assume you go softcore, yeah. And there is, for softcore option, there are 2 ways you can play. You can either enable play softcore, but enable veteran mod, so to speak, veteran version of softcore, which means that the enemies are going to be tougher, they will gonna do more damage, but in return you will going to receive more loot because of that. You can go with that, or you can just go with simple softcore. It's going to be way easier, but you will receive a little bit less loot as well as experience, because of the fact that veteran gives you more when it comes to loot and experience. But everything else is pretty much the same. And veteran mod is going to be, once you're going to pass the first difficulty of softcore, veteran mode is going to be excluded from the second and third difficulty. So only for the first one you can enable this option. For the rest 2, it's going to be just the difficulty itself without any modification on it. But for softcore in general, this build that I'm doing, you can pretty much, I've seen that you've been like browsing through it. This build is kind of viable for just simple leveling and stuff, just as you start the game. The idea is that it does quite good amount of damage, but you will be a little bit squishy. That's the reason why this character archetype is not hardcore friendly, and for softcore it's good. You can just pick it up, you can play. you can level through the campaign and pass the campaign without spending time on farming specific items. Pretty much everything that you can see right now, all of this stuff that I have, is all self-found, meaning that you would not be needing to spend too much time to farm for the specific items to progress through the game itself, through the campaign. It's when you will going to be start reaching late game, which is going to be like end of the second difficulty and the beginning of the third difficulty, then yes, then you would have to like farm for the specific items. But just in general, for leveling, it's great to get you into the game. You can experiment, of course, with different kinds of builds. In case you are wondering, like, what other builds are there, it's pretty easy to find them in just by searching for, let's say, for example, searching the internet in Google and all that kind of stuff. Pretty easy to find. Like this build, for example, I found it just by going into the internet and just surfing. I saw that, well, I want a dual pistol build, and I entered like Grim Dawn, dual wield pistol builds, and I managed to find this, and I picked it up and went to check for myself whether or not is this build capable of passing through the campaign, and maybe some like high level stuff, whether or not will it be capable of doing it or not. And that's pretty much it. So do not be afraid if you are making mistakes when it comes to like skill and stat points distribution. There is always a chance for a little, pretty much a minuscule amount of gold. You will be able to remove those stat points that you've placed, or the skill points, and change them to the way they are supposed to be. Like, for example, even when I'm leveling this stuff up, most certainly I'm not leveling it as I supposed to. The build itself just gives you the whole picture when it comes to like skill level, but the way you get to that endgame picture can vary from a person to person. I went with like, get myself at the beginning the Fire Strike, max it out, get this aura for like couple points in it, like 3 to 5 would be enough. And then you go into Inquisitor, you get yourself this thing for increased elemental damage, pierce damage, as well as some attack speed, and this will enable you to utilize 2 pistols. Until you will get this thing, you will not going to be able to use it. Then you'll pretty much go level up your mastery bar, grabbing this one. This is your weapon pool skills for Inquisitor. You level this up 10 out of 10. You get 1 point into those things. You can go with like 7 or 8 points into chilling rounds, as well as 8 points here. This one is a must for survivability. Basically, it gives you not only survivability, but also it enhances your damage. And it works, you just throw it under yourself and stay in it and damage your enemies. Then get yourself an ultimate ability and pretty much it. Then continue on with leveling up this stuff. Pretty self-explanatory. But in case you will have some trouble with like certain aspects, certain points in the game, you can always ask. And once again, if you made a mistake with stats distribution or with skill distribution, you can always simply just redo them. It's cheap, and definitely it's not something that is unchangeable. Like, you do not have to beat the game in order to unlock this possibility. You just do that. You just do that by spending a little bit of gold. And that's pretty much it when it comes to, like, the class itself. I'm speaking now from a perspective of Purifier for the, like, early portions of the game. And in case, always in case if you have like questions to ask, if you have some questions, some points that you do not understand, you can always ask. Okay, now first of all, I'm not gonna go into this particular location. I will open a portal here, but backtrack a little bit because I completely forgot about one dungeon. It's all the way here. And generally speaking, Grim Dawn is not like... It can, you can think that it is kind of complex, as well as when there is only like one modification that I would recommend you, and I would recommend a lot of players, just as pretty much everyone recommends this kind of stuff. Grim Internals. It's the kind of mod that is a superb quality of life changer that just adds something that really enhances the way you feel the game. Just as I was speaking, the highlight, HP highlight, HP bars highlight above the models of your enemies. When you play, I will going to show you this kind of stuff. So basically here you see enemies, their HP starts to get highlighted only when they start receiving damage, right? When you install the Grim Internals, the HP bar will going to be always highlighted so that you would know where the enemies are on the map, because some areas in this game can be like a little bit too dark or a little bit like crowded with objects, so you would not be able to see all of the enemies, and thus far you will not be going to be able to react to them like fast. With Grim Internals, you will be able to see the bars. You will see that, okay, there are enemies there, there, and there, and my approach will be to do this, this, and that. So for that particular purpose, as well as for the purpose of seeing what kind of damage type do you receive, so that you would know that I receive this damage. You immediately open your inventory, you look at your resistances, and you pretty much see. Well, I receive, let's say I have 53% ether resistance. I receive a lot of ether damage. So to avoid that, I would need to put some items, equip some items, or put some components in the items that would give me ether resistance. And that applies to pretty much every other type of damage as well. Because having to cap resistances is important. Just as important as it is to play safe, to not put yourself into the kind of situations where you would get surrounded by enemies, especially as a range character. Like, sure, Inquisitor Seal, which is this spell right here, yes, it gives you like resistances and stuff, and it's a cool thing that can save you from receiving a lot of damage. But at the same time, it's not a cure to everything, so there will be instances, and there were instances where you put this stuff beneath you, and you still can die because the damage is just way too much for you to tank it out. And if we are speaking about Ranger, we are thinking about him. He is not a tank, so he isn't the kind of person who is going to be capable of tanking everything. So that's just how you view that mod, and as well as the bonuses that it can give you. There are things that it can also highlight you, like if you play a character with damage over time effects that have dots, or let's say they are lasting for 5 seconds or like 3 seconds, for you to know how much of it is left, this mod is also going to tell you exactly like how many seconds for that stuff is left and whether or not the debuff was applied on the target or not. And as well as it gives you an ability to auto pick up items. Not all of them. The green ones, the yellow ones, white ones, the blue and legendaries, you pick them by yourself. But the rest, you pick them with an auto pickup. Because here you can see, like, without the mod, I have to, like, here is that green item, so I have to go near it and auto pick up. Not the auto pick up, but to pick it up myself. Yeah, it's an amazing tool. You can pretty much, you can try to play it without it, then to install the mod, to play a little bit with the mod, and to see, maybe you do not need it. Maybe you are okay without it. It's pretty much a personal preferences, but I think that it just gives some things that technically it would be good if those things were in the game by default, but they are not. And just quality of life changes. It's not something game-breaking or any kind of stuff like that. But it's definitely something that is appreciable. And do not be afraid of, especially if you are going for softcore, do not be afraid of trying out different characters, trying out different builds. Like, you can always experiment. You can even create something like a character that will going to utilize a ranged weapon and a shield at the same time. And it's going to be a tanky version of what you would normally do with, like, go with Purifier, but instead of 2 pistols you can go with a pistol and a shield. Shields give a lot of stat bonuses and tankiness. By the way, in case you will going to have some... in case you will be going to having some questions with some particular aspects, let's say for example, some of the bosses will have quite threatening attacks that you need to avoid. My brother, he was playing this game way before I did, and he made a couple of beginner-friendly videos for newbie players, such as like bosses' dangerous attacks and how you should avoid them, like, or how you should approach them. And in case if you are interested in that kind of beginner-friendly content, you can always just go towards our YouTube channel. There is a link in our Twitch tab sections, and there you will going to find some interesting videos that are related specifically for the Grim Dawn, specifically beginner-friendly stuff, because not many of the aspects that he discussed were mentioned by other players. There are a lot of stuff that is said about like the end game and all that awaits people at the end game, but not too many stuff related towards, specifically towards the early game. I would also kind of advise you to check out, not only that, but to check the video about monster totems that he also made. That's the kind of one of the stuff that you would be encountering a lot throughout your leveling process, and monster totems can be... They are quite rewarding when it comes to loot as well as experience, but they are quite threatening in case if you do not know about like the enemies that can pop out of those monster totems. Like many elites can be spawned by those monster totems, and from different acts. I technically divide the game into acts, and basically in your first, as you start the game and you encounter some of the monster totems at the beginning, you can encounter totems, not the totems, but totems will going to spawn enemies that are going to be like first DLC of the game or the second DLC of the game. There were instances when that happened, and that happened quite a lot. Once again, the rewards for for beating those monster totems are quite high, but you have to consider the risks. The risks are quite high as well. But overall, just enjoy the game as it is. Like, the game is great. You would definitely enjoy it. I hope so. And it's just one of those, you know, like hidden gems. Something that not too many people are talking about, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just that it's not as popular as the other stuff like Diablo, because Diablo is... So much stuff has been said about this game, so much stuff has been mentioned like million of times, as well as about Path of Exile. But there are other games, and this game is one of such games.
Can't do that yet.
Personally, I've decided to go and I've played this game with different characters, but back in the day when I was playing it on hardcore just to test this stuff out, because usually in action RPG games I was playing softcore, and then I decided to play some hardcore in Grim Dawn. I've played like caster characters, as well as like some version of a tank and all that kind of stuff. I tried tactician, which is also another kind of dual wield range character. The farthest I could have got basically was the second DLC of second DLC on the second difficulty. That's the farthest I've gone on the hardcore. So technically I haven't beaten this game like from start to finish. That is why I went to do it right now on softcore. Basically from start to finish, utilizing the build that I technically consider interesting and fun to play with. Simply due to the fact that not too many games will going to provide you an option to take two pistols and just shoot your enemies down. Yeah, you can shoot them with like bow and arrow, that was present in previous games, but two pistols is something like that's in kind of, well, if not unique, but it's something that I was personally interested in. Because yeah, I've played a lot in different action RPG games with standard like sword and board kind of build, or two-handed weapon that is going to allow you to like either go with spin build, whirling barbarian and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that all I already played that kind of stuff in different games, and technically it is present here, but I wanted to go with something that I found interesting and I found it unique. Like, it is definitely not cliche in any way, so why not try something that is different? Why not try something that is like more enjoyable and fun? Well, that's unfortunately not for my class. For my class, I would go with fire damage and elemental damage. And yeah, if you go with this build, the damage type that you will be looking for is fire and elemental damage. So do keep that in mind when you will be starting with this particular build. It's fire and elemental damage as your primary like damage options. You would need attack speed, that's obvious, because with this build you go. What attack speed will going to give you in this build, I'm going to quickly show you. So you technically stand and you shoot, and what happens is, so you shoot with this fire strike. Fire strike has its own like upgrade things, which is like explosive strike that will going to allow you to do AoE damage. Static strike will going to give like more fire damage, chance of knockdown, as well as some lightning damage. This one is the stuff that I want to get to, but it will going to take me like 10 or so levels to get there. Basically, each shot that you make, when it hits with the opponent, it will going to explode, and going to those exploding shards will going to fly in different directions. So it's like a shotgun effect that when it hits the target, it's the shot is being spread and it hits other targets as well. Those skills, they do not have a % chance of occurring. They are constant, which means every time you shoot, they will be activating pretty much constantly. So this is constantly, it doesn't have an RNG effect. Those on the other hand, they have a maximum of 22% of one of those will going to happen with a chance of, well, basically from 20. If you do not max them out, it's from 20 on level 7 up to 22 on level 10. Now what does that mean is that you will have a constant shots that will going to be coming from those skills, as well as you have the additional like weapon pool skills that will going to have a chance to be used. All of those skills, they work in, let's say, unison, because all of them are going to be happening quite a lot, and as you build more attack speed, you will gain like more chance to proc those shots that have percentage chance. And as you see, why we are building fire and elemental damage. First of all, elemental damage will going to cover both fire, ice, and lightning at the same time. And fire being our... Since our main source of damage is fire, and those like lightning and cold are being the secondary, we focus more on fire, but we are not forgetting about those like lightning and cold damage, and we are pumping it up with the elemental damage. It would be hard to find gear that will let you have like fire damage and separately, not together elemental damage, but separately cold and lightning, and all of that with the fact that you also need to find on items a good amount of resistances as well as attack speed to proc faster your... have more chances to proc your weapon pool skills, and some other like stuff like plus to your skills, movement speed, defensive, offensive ability, and all that kind of stuff. So it would be kind of hard to do that. That is why we are focusing on fire, elemental, and then we have like attack speed, resistances, offensive ability, defensive ability, movement speed, and all that kind of stuff. And plus to either class. I believe I have one of such items to show you. I think I had one. Which basically there are items that can give you like plus to specific skills, or plus to all of the skills that are going to be present in your class. So you see, if I would get like an item that gives plus 1 or 2 to all of the class's skill, all of those class skill would receive plus 1 or plus 2. So just as a general rule, if you want, if you are going for that particular class, primary damage types are fire and elemental damage. And you should be good to go with knowing what specifically to search for. Okay, physical fire burn. Mine are better. Good luck to you too. In case you will be wondering, like, when will I'm going to be streaming, in the Twitch tab section there is a schedule. My name is Iurii, also known as Terlord, and you can see like on what days and what time I'm streaming, and so that you would know when to expect my streams that are going to be dedicated towards Grim Dawn. I appreciated the fact that you have shown interest, that you are willing to give this game a shot, it's definitely a great game. I definitely recommend you to stick to it. It's fun, and hopefully you are going to like it. All right. So I am going to be changing talismans. See ya. Have a nice time. Alright, so I gotta level stuff up. 1 point here, and 1 point more into the seal for more damage and more tankiness. Okay. I do not have any devotion points, spare devotion points, so not gonna bother with that. Right. Gotta go and continue on with the exploration.
I can't do that yet.
Alternatively, and now that I'm thinking about it, alternatively, those points I could have put, well, but that's only if I'm not like planning on standing in one place. To put them somewhere around here. But I guess no, let's stick with the original plan. It's not like I'm going to find 20 points. Spare 20 points to get that skill as fast as possible.
That skill's not ready.
As tempting as it sounds, it is not possible. I would need to level up first. For those of you who are still wondering, like, let's say for example, you've picked up this game and you are wondering, like, or you are just wondering, should you give this game a shot? Like, and how is this game, like, when it comes to, like, comparing it with Path of Exile? Okay, I would say that this game is going to provide you a bit, like, not only just a bit, more with the content that you receive when you are just, like, playing through the game. So, endgame in Path of Exile is a bit more, like, vast when it comes to, like, options, due to the fact that you have like many different
Can't do that yet.
dungeons to choose from, and they are adding like more and more stuff. not too many people might like it, and especially considering with the fact that technically Path of Exile is way more kind of complex, and at the same time it can get some people to boredom. I can definitely see why. I've played myself a bit of Path of Exile. I've played it on PS4. And technically, in order to access the late game in Path of Exile, it takes you more effort unless you are willing to buy like items from other players. Then it gets easier to get to the late game stuff and feel yourself more. How should I say it? Feel yourself a little bit more comfortable there. But when it comes to here, you don't necessarily need to do that. Like, you can access late game. I wouldn't say really fast, but you can access it at a decent speed. But that doesn't mean that your journey kind of stops when you just reach the late game. There is still plenty of stuff to do in this game. And plenty of things to keep you entertained. But I still feel that, kinda, how should I say it? Kinda proud a little bit that people are going into searching for the games that are not, like, just on everyone's, like... Not just sticking to those games that everyone are talking about, and are trying to go towards the game that are less popular, less known, but are still good games. Because most of the time you can actually find a hidden gem while searching.
That skill's not.
And yeah, for those of you who are going to be willing to give this game a shot, I would kinda recommend you, if you are willing to do so, utilize the Grim Internals modification. It's just a good, like, package of quality of life changes. That might not seem like a big thing, but if you look at it from different perspective and from just the perspective of how comfortable will you feel without needing to pick up certain items. Well, technically, let's... okay. The biggest advantage of it, it's not about the auto pickup, it's about seeing what you are being hit with, it's about seeing the HP bars of your opponents, because as I said before, I will going to repeat myself, but sometimes it's kind of hard to see the opponent, if an enemy is there or not. Sometimes it's definitely hard to be able to see the enemy, which can and sometimes will lead to some very unpleasant situations happening. And it's even more better to know with what damage exactly are you being hit with,
That skill's not ready.
so that you know exactly what resistances you were lacking. Maybe you thought like you have 80% and that's enough. Well, not necessarily, considering the fact that overcapping is present in this game, overcap resistances, meaning that something like this, well, going like overboard. 80 or 85 is the limit and you go overboard, which means that when you will be hit with something that will going to cut your resistances, you will going to still have a lot of it after your resistance has been cut down. So you will not going to be in a minus state. And yeah, just like I was told, when you are utilizing that Inquisitor seal, that seal that I place like beneath myself, so if you are going to place a second seal, and you'll be going to standing in both of those seals, the bonuses are going to be multiplied. So you're going to receive bonuses from 2 seals, not just 1. It's definitely a good thing to know. And it will help those who are going to be willing to play something that will have an Inquisitor in there, and you will be utilizing the seal. I will also be placing, now that I'm thinking of it, I've provided the link to the build. Yeah, I did it. But I will also be providing the link for how the devotions should be unlocked, because that thing is also quite important, and unfortunately I completely forgot to tell this when I was expressing this to K-Rat. Hopefully I will going to be able to explain this to him like next time.
Can't do that yet.
Because that thing is also quite an important feature. So that he will know from what place to start, leveling the devotions, as well as how he should do them, in what kind of sequence. Because unlike skills, that's the thing that I also am following, like step by step. And technically, to anyone who is going to be willing to level up this character, you can access the Grim Tools link by typing !build in the chat. It will going to give you a Grim Tools link to the build, to how the endgame items are going to look like, to the endgame picture of this build. But I will also, for the next stream, I am going to be adding into this like command a second link that will going to go towards the website where I found this build. And then there you will go, people who are going to be interested will going to see how the devotion should be leveled up and all that kind of stuff. And we reach Fort Icon. I want to finish with the quest. That's all the way here. With Kaiman's Chosens. See, even though I am not that great at like terminology and stuff, I'm still willing to help to those of you who are like interested in the game, in how should they like approach it and all that kind of stuff. If anything, I'll try to do my best to explain this. Okay, I need to now. Let me see. Main garage. Enter the Void Rare Rift. The plains of Strife to the north of Fort Icon. Okay, so I will not gonna miss it.
See what's left of my wares. See anything you like?
Which is a nice thing, because I thought I will gonna miss it. Okay, so I need to just proceed then. Story-wise.
That skill's not ready.
Progression-wise, we are doing quite good.
Good. You've betrayed it precisely.
It's not like something super fast, but it's still good enough. Good enough. Good enough.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Oh boy. Nothing new, right? Nope. Unfortunately, no. Nope. Nope. Nothing interesting, nothing new with them. So I gotta recover the supplies. Let me actually see. I think I'll manage in time.
Can't do that yet.
And sooner or later I will starting to get quests. The quest line that will going to bring me straight towards Port Valkyrie. A heavy packed dungeon with lots of enemies, with lots of area effects, damage stuff, as well as tons of ether, like hazard areas. That should you not like proceed carefully, you're gonna get melted.
That skill's not ready.
I will drink another XP potion, just because. Even though I will not get like the full extent of it. But since I have a lot of them, might as well. Okay.
Can't do that yet.
Those archmages and their shields. I like how he will he just flew up. Got knocked down by the proc from the demolitionist shot.
I can't do that yet.
I should play like professional when I am shooting enemies with while standing still. I should utilize the shift and attack so that I would not digital around the screen without being able to successfully hit the target. There is just so much stuff that flies when I shoot. That's all the power of those, like, devotions, as well as... weapon pull skills. Oh, and I have this volley, right? Oh, it procs when I shoot. Okay. I was thinking at first it was a separate skill. Turns out it isn't.
I can't do that yet.
I guess it's going to be like, we'll clear this dungeon and we will wrap this up, wrap the episode. We've done a lot today, so why not? And since we are not playing to beat like the game in one sitting, it's obvious that we are not in the rush to go anywhere. We are taking our sweet time, enjoying the process of leveling, as well as trying to give some useful tips to the audience, to those who are interested. Because why not?
That skill's not ready.
And if the audience have some particular questions that they want to ask, feel free to do so. Ow. The thing with him is that you pretty much just you just kite him, and when he shoots like his flamethrower or when he gets close to you, you just run a little bit away from him and just kite him. He's not super tough or anything to beat. Just play safe. The barricades are destroyed, and we will going to go back, give the quests. I think I will going to sell the loot off stream, so that not to waste too much time. So I'm just going to do this, and okay. So we will be finishing this episode up. Today was kinda interesting, just what I actually wanted, for the viewers also to participate, for people to share their opinion. Everyone's opinion is going to be heard, everyone's opinion is going to be basically understood, taken into account, and all that kind of stuff. And if I will be able to answer your questions in a form that would suffice, would be sufficient enough, I would try to do so, despite the fact that I ain't no professional and I ain't no, like, great player when it comes to this game. So I give my tips and my view based on how I see things and basically my own personal opinion. So in case if you would not be satisfied with the answer, I would totally understand, and I would not be pretending that I don't understand, because simply put it this way, I want to be friendly with the audience. I want to like keep the interaction going. However, I do understand that maybe with in some particular areas I won't gonna be able to satisfy you, but that's okay. It's totally okay. For me, more than enough it is that you would stay entertained and you would receive some valuable information that might or might not help you, and you would feel that your voice has been heard. So that's my kind of view. I know that I'm still like learning in achieving this particular goal, but nevertheless I still am going to be trying to achieve it. And I'm still going to be improving upon myself. So, thank you to all of you who has been watching today's stream. In case you are interested in beginner-friendly Grim Dawn content that would also going to provide you with more knowledge to better understand how certain elements in the game work, my brother had made some interesting videos specifically for those like beginner-friendly questions that are not that haven't been thoroughly explored or they have been totally neglected. They might seem like small snippets of information that some people may not even consider like valuable, but as a beginner player you probably will going to encounter those particular things, and you would want to encounter them prepared rather than to be squashed by them without just knowing what to expect or how certain elements work. Now, the link to the YouTube page where you can find those videos, as well as videos about different games, playthroughs, funny moments, highlights, compilations, and all that kind of stuff. The link is present in Twitch tab sections. So is the schedule for the following streams, so you would know when to expect me playing Grim Dawn. Me means Terlord, Iurii, also known as Terlord, and my brother, Xanderevets. You would know when to expect and whom to expect. Now, what I also wanted to say, I will add the link to where I found this build, where there will be explained more about how you should level devotions, where there will be present videos of how this build is performing on higher level content, with some discussions in the comment sections, basically a link to a website so that you would have a better picture and you would know more about what devotion should you level up, like what after what, and how do you get to the big end game picture. that you're going to achieve. Now, that's regarding the build and regarding the schedule. Once again, if you are interested in how can you support this channel, there are multiple ways. Spreading the word, bits, tips, cheers, Patreon, subscribing to YouTube, subscribing to Twitch with regular or Twitch Prime subscription. Possibilities are there. No one forces you, it's on your own accord. If you are interested to do so, you can do so. If not, I cannot force you. Like, everything that you would do to support this channel will going to help, will going to keep us motivated, and in return you will going to receive benefits in forms of rewards, as well as better, more quality, and more interesting and beginner-friendly content. Because remember, your support is the key to, to success. How interesting this sounds, the key to success. But yeah, basically your feedback, your interest, as well as your support, be it just spreading the word or be it supporting with a penny or two, it helps. It helps, it keeps motivated, and it definitely is something that we would appreciate. Nonetheless, once again, no one forces you to do anything. Do as you wish. Now, let's ramp this up. Once again, thank you. Thank you for participation. Thank you for your interest. Thank you for questions, for being interested in this particular game. I will be seeing you all next time. Stay healthy, keep safe, and we will be seeing each other on the next stream. Take care, guys.